Okay. Good morning. Your Royal Highness, Prince Haji Sufri Bolkiah, President of the Brunei Darussalam Olympic Council, Your Excellencies, esteemed speakers, distinguished guests, dear participants. On behalf of the OCA President, Mr. Raja Randir Singh, and OCA Director General, Mr. Hussein Al-Musallam, I would like to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to the second OCA Gender Equity Seminar here in the beautiful country of Brunei Darussalam. A heartfelt thank you to the Brunei Darussalam Olympic Council for graciously hosting this important event. We hope you are feeling energized and inspired as we embark on 2 dynamic days dedicated to promoting gender equity in sports. Over the next 2 days, we will hear from 19 speakers and panelists representing 43 national Olympic committees with more than 95 participants gathered here united under one powerful and shared objective, gender equity. To begin our opening session, I would now like to start with a short video.
In every stride, leap, and triumph, women athletes redefine what it means to push boundaries. For decades, they've stood tall, not just as competitors, but as symbols of courage, resilience, and inspiration. Their victories echo far beyond the arena, demonstrating what's possible when talent meets determination. Behind these achievements lies a commitment to equity. The Olympic Council of Asia is working tirelessly to ensure that everyone in sports, athletes, coaches, referees, and leaders has a chance to excel, regardless of gender. By increasing female participation on and off the field, the OCA is building a future where sports empower all. In October 2022, this vision took a historic leap forward. The OCA conducted an inaugural Gender Equity Seminar in Bahrain, uniting 42 NOCs, 36 Secretary Generals and board members, and over 150 participants from across Asia. Under the leadership of Sheikh Hayat, a former chair of the OCA Gender Equity Committee, the seminar focused on empowering women in sports. The seminar provided special recommendations to NOCs, focusing on key areas: encouraging women's involvement in leadership roles, developing strategies aligned with OCA and IOC objectives, ensuring equal participation for women and girls from the grassroots level. After the seminar, the OCA organized one-on-one sessions with more than 25 NOCs, reviewing progress, addressing challenges, and laying the groundwork for tailored action plans to advance gender equality. Data proves the progress. During the 19th Asian Games in Hangzhou 2022, the OCA collected critical insights to track gender equity. With over 40% female athletes, the numbers reveal both achievements and opportunities for growth, guiding the OCA strategies for a more inclusive future. Building on this success, the OCA hosts the second Gender Equity Seminar today in Brunei Darussalam. Aligned with the IOC's vision, the seminar focuses on leadership development, increasing women's participation, and breaking down barriers in sports. Under the leadership of the new OCA Gender Equity Committee Chair, Ms. Valerie Tarazi, this marks the beginning of a new chapter for advancing gender equity across Asia. To drive this mission, the OCA encourages NOCs to benefit from the Social Development through Olympism Continental Program and promotes Olympic solidarity initiatives that empower women and girls across the continent. By working closely with NOC chairs of gender equity, the OCA ensures these initiatives reach every corner of Asia, fostering collaboration and inclusivity in sports. Today, the journey continues. Every time a woman steps onto the field, she challenges expectations and redefines possibilities. Her journey symbolizes the strength of the human spirit, the hope she ignites in the leaders of tomorrow, and the inspiration that transcends borders. Together, we're lighting the way for the next generation, empowering young girls to dream bigger, aim higher, and carry this legacy forward. This is Watch Her Shine, a movement celebrating the courage to try, the determination to persist, and the power to inspire. Because when we empower women to shine, the world shines with them.
Good morning once again. To open our seminar, we are honored to welcome Ms. Mikako Kotani, Olympic medalist, OCA Executive Board member. Today, she joins us representing the leadership of the Olympic Council of Asia. Please welcome Ms. Mikako Kotani.
Thank you, Sabine. Good morning, Your Royal Highness, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and passionate advocates for gender equity in sports. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt condolences and sympathies to those affected by the recent major earthquake in Myanmar and Thailand. I would like to consider the ways we can support through the power of sports. Okay, it is an honor to stand before you today as we embark on the second edition of the OCA Gender Equity Seminar. 2 years ago in Bahrain, we took a significant step forward in our commitment to advancing gender equity in sports across Asia. Today, in this beautiful Brunei Darussalam, we gather once again, not just to continue the conversation, but to drive meaningful action. Sport has always been a powerful force for change. It unites us, inspires us, and challenges us to push beyond limitations. But for sport to truly fulfill its potential, it must be a space for opportunity for all, regardless of gender. The Olympic Council of Asia is unwavering in its commitment to this cause. And through initiatives like this seminar, we strive to empower more women, cultivate strong allies, and foster an environment where leadership, competition, and participation reflect the diversity of our communities. For example, I became the chair of OCA Athlete Committee and the executive board member of OCA in 1996. I was 29 years old, and I was the only woman on the board at that time. Even at the General Assembly with over 40 NOCs, there were only 2 women. But now, out of 17, we have 7 female board members. And many women serve as athlete representatives on NOC's athlete committees. And moreover, both men and women from the OCA's athlete committee are represented on the OCA board. What a change. This year's theme, Watch Her Shine, encapsulates our mission to create pathways for strength, hope, inspiration, and empowerment for the next generation. Gender equity is not just about numbers or policies. It is about reshaping mindsets, breaking down barriers, and ensuring that every athlete, coach, and leader, regardless of gender, has a fair chance to succeed. We cannot do this alone. True progress requires the collaboration of all stakeholders, our National Olympic Committees, federations, coaches, and male allies who support the cause alongside us. Together, we must ask ourselves, how can we do more? How can we do better? And most importantly, how can we ensure that our actions created today will last and change for generations to come? Over the next 2 days, I encourage you to engage, challenge perspectives, and share solutions. This seminar is not just a discussion, it is a call to action. And through our collective efforts, we will ensure that in every area, on every field, and in every leadership position, we will watch her shine. Lastly, I would like to thank NSC of Brunei and all the staff and volunteers for your preparation, support, and beautiful hospitality. I've already seen many of his or her smiles shine. Let's enjoy today and tomorrow, and all of us together, let's shine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mikako, for your inspiring words and your continued leadership. We are deeply honored to have with us the President of the Brunei Darussalam National Olympic Council. Please welcome His Royal Highness Prince Haji Soufri Bolkiah, a committed supporter of sport and inclusion.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and participants, welcome to Brunei Darussalam and to the second OCA Gender Equity Seminar. It is a privilege to be here as we are gathered under the theme Watch Us Shine to advance gender equity in sports. Your presence demonstrates a shared commitment to breaking barriers and creating a world where everyone can thrive in sports, regardless of gender. Sport also immense power, empowering individuals, fostering leadership, and building stronger communities. Watch Us Shine is not just about celebrating women athletes. It is a call to drive real change. We must ensure women have the support and opportunities to succeed in sport. National Olympic Committee can play a crucial role by utilizing OCA and OS fund to promote female participation at all levels of sport. As we explore ways to break barriers, we must also recognize the Darussalam National Olympic Council first ever Women in Sport Strategic Plan. This initiative reflects a significant step forward in our effort to promote inclusivity and align with the goals we all explore over the next 2 days. Over the next 2 days, let's focus on an actionable outcome, building partnership, developing initiative, and setting the stage for a future where gender equality is the norm. Let's ensure that women athletes have the opportunity to shine on their terms and create pathway for leadership roles in sports beyond competition. In closing, I hope you enjoy your time here in Brunei Darussalam, in the beautiful weather, savor the delicious food, and immerse yourself in the warming of our hospitality. You are invited to join us at the official dinner tonight, and I trust you will enjoy your stay in this abode of peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for your kind words and steadfast support. The Olympic Council of Asia deeply appreciates Brunei Darussalam's enthusiasm and commitment in making this seminar a reality. Next, a true global leader in the movement for peace and gender equity in sport. He chairs the ANOC Gender Equity Commission and the OCA Peace and Sport Standing Committee. Please welcome His Royal Highness Prince Faisal Al Hussein.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Royal Highness, distinguished members of the Olympic Council of Asia, esteemed colleagues, dear friends. It is an honor to join you here today in Brunei Darussalam to discuss and progress on a subject that is very close to my heart. I want to start by thanking His Royal Highness Prince Haji Sufri Bolkiah and the Brunei Darussalam National Olympic Committee, as well as the OCA Gender Equity Committee and the International Olympic Committee, for their commitment to advancing gender equity across Asia. When I first became involved with the Olympic movement through the Jordan Olympic Committee and then the IOC, my vision was clear: to utilize sports as a powerful tool for unity, peace, and positive social change. Integral to this vision is gender equity, not as an optional idea, but as a fundamental necessity for the progress of sports and society as a whole. We have indeed come a long way. On the global stage, the Olympic Games Paris 2024 saw equal quotas for male and female athletes for the first time. Only last month, the election of Kirsty Coventry as the first female IOC president was a landmark moment. Closer to home, initiatives such as an increase in representation among chefs de missions and senior officials at the recent Asian Games and also at the Paris 2024 illustrates what we can achieve through collective action. However, we must remain resolute because significant challenges persist across Asia And globally, women continue to face barriers that hinder their full participation and leadership in sports. Sports is more than competition. It is a bridge connecting cultures, fostering resilience, and inspiring transformative change. And for sports to fully realize its global potential, it must reflect on the ideas of equality, diversity, and inclusion. In Asia, we must recognize that we lag behind other continents in gender equity. We know that we face challenges, but we cannot allow these challenges to become excuses. As the world's largest continent, home to more than 60% of the world's population, we have a duty to not just close the gap, but to inspire to lead the way in gender equality in sports. There is a huge amount of work ahead of us, and this seminar is an important milestone in our continent's journey to address our shortcomings and to plan concrete steps for our NOCs and for our continent to take. We know that Asia's remarkable richness and diversity prohibits us from adopting a one-size-fits-all approach. We must tailor our strategies to the unique cultural, social, and economic context of each community to ensure truly meaningful impact across the continent. We must actively challenge stereotypes, eliminate barriers, and advocate tirelessly for the empowerment of women at every level, from the grassroots engagement to executive leadership. We have seen that it is not enough just to look at gender equity among athletes. We need to address the gender imbalance among coaches, referees, officials, NOC leaders, and staff. And in doing so, we will create pathways for women to excel and to inspire the next generation to follow in their footsteps. Gender equity is also closely intertwined with the safety and well-being of athletes. Safe sports is about creating environments free from harassment and abuse, where every athlete feels secure, respected, and empowered. If we want parents to trust their children and the next generation of athletes to be safe, it is essential that we acknowledge that harassment and abuse occurs in all disciplines and at every level, and that we must take concrete steps to combat it. It is our collective responsibility to foster safe and inclusive sporting environments, recognizing the significant roles that each of us plays. I firmly believe that embracing gender equity and safe sports strengthens our entire movement, making it more inclusive, appealing, and relevant for future generations. However, for our work to be successful, for the impacts to be meaningful, it must be underpinned by integrity. Integrity in sports extends across all areas, and that includes gender equality and especially safeguarding. The Olympic ideals remind us of our greatest strength lies in our diversity and unity. I urge everyone here today to take steps to ensure that gender equity is integrated into your NOCs, strategies, and operations. Let us use this seminar as a platform not just to exchange ideas, but to commit ourselves to tangible actions and measurable outcomes for the benefits of women across our rich and diverse continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for this inspiring speech. To conclude our opening speeches, we welcome Olympic swimmer, passionate advocate for gender equity, and the chair of the OCA Gender Equity Committee. Please welcome Ms. Valerie Tarazi.
Good morning. Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, passionate advocates for gender equity in sport, and the Brunei Olympic Council. It is an incredible honor to stand before you today as the chair of the Gender Equity Committee for the Olympic Council of Asia. I am deeply grateful for this opportunity to take on this role and build upon the remarkable foundation laid by Sheikha Hayat. Her unwavering dedication, vision, and leadership has propelled gender equity forward across our continent, creating pathways and possibilities for women and girls in sport. It is my sincere hope to continue this work with you and to carry forward her legacy. We gather here today united by a shared belief in a transformation in the power of sport. Sport is a universal language, one that transcends borders, cultures, and generations. It inspires us, unites us, and it provides us a platform for us to challenge the status quo and create meaningful change. When we talk about gender equity in sport, we are not simply discussing numbers or quotas. We're speaking about human rights, about fairness, and about unlocking the full potential of our societies. Gender equity is not a goal we pursue in isolation. It is a fundamental pillar of good governance, sustainability, and excellence in sport. Ensuring that women and girls have equal opportunities to participate, compete, and lead is essential if we are to realize the true spirit of the Olympic movement. It is about removing the barriers that are often stand in our way of progress. Barriers rooted from outdated norms, unequal access to resources, and lack of representation. It is about creating systems and environment where every woman and girl can thrive, contribute, and excel both on and off the playing field. This seminar represents an important step forward in our collective journey. It is a movement for reflection, collaboration, and action. Together, we will explore how we can embed gender equity into the fabric of the Olympic Council of Asia activities, policies, and strategies. This is not about adding gender equity as an afterthought or separate program. It is about ensuring that equal information It is about informing and ensuring that equal information is shared across NOCs. Our focus is both ambitious and necessary. We must work together to create inclusive spaces where women and girls feel empowered to participate at every level of sport, from grassroots programs that sparked a lifelong passion to elite stages of the Olympic Games and the Asian Games. Equality is important in ensuring that women are not only present, but have a voice and influence in leadership and decision-making bodies of our organization. Representation matters. It shapes policies, sets priorities, and serves as a visible reminder of the next generation and girls that they have a place at our table. We recognize that these aspirations cannot be achieved without accountability. That is why our efforts must include strategic monitoring and evaluation frameworks that allow us to track progress, celebrate successes, and identify areas where we must do better. By aligning our work with the IOC's basic principles of good governance and leveraging resources available through OCA gender equity and Olympic solidarity initiatives, we can both build necessary structures to sustain this momentum. Ultimately, our objectives are rooted in the vision of sport as a vehicle for empowerment, equality, and social change. This is not just a technical exercise. It is a call to action, a call to each other, each of our champions for gender equity within our own organizations, our own countries, and our own communities. It is a call to shape the future where every woman and girl across Asia can dream big, compete freely, and lead confidently, knowing that she belongs and that she is valued, and that her contributions are essential to the success of the sporting world. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your continued commitment to this vital cause. Together, we will build a stronger, more inclusive future for women in sport in Asia and beyond. We will set the new standard for Asia.
Thank you, Valerie, for your vision, dedication, and continued leadership within the OCA Gender Equity Committee. Known as the IOC Women in Sport Awards from 2000 to 2021, the newly named IOC Gender Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Champions Awards celebrate the outstanding work of inspiring changemakers who are committed to using their platform to promote the advancement of gender equality, diversity, and inclusion in and through sport. This year's recipient for Asia is a true inspiration. To present the award, please welcome His Royal Highness Prince Faisal Al Hussein and Ms. Valerie Tarazi, please. And the 2024 IOC Gender Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Champion Award winner for Asia is Ms. Dunya Abu Talib. Dunya is a Taekwondo champion from Saudi Arabia who made history as one of the first Saudi women to compete at the World Taekwondo Championships, where she won a bronze medal in 2023 and went on to compete at the Olympic Games Paris 2024. Her dedication has broken barriers and created pathways for women and girls in combat sports across Asia. Dunya would like to say a few things.
of Asia and the IOC for this recognition. I am especially grateful to His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz Al Faisal, Saudi Olympic Committee and Paralympic Committee, and Her Royal Highness Princess Rima bint Bandar, IOC member, for their incredible support. I am proud to represent Saudi Arabia's transformation through Vision 2030, empowering athletes like me. Thank you, our leaders, my coaches, and everyone who has supported my Taekwondo journey. This means so much to me. Thank you.
Okay. So our first presentation of the day we're going to welcome again OCA Gender Equity Committee Chair Valerie Tarazi to present the OCA Gender Equity Roadmap for 2024-2027.
Good morning again. I am very excited to stand here today to present the OCA Gender Equity Roadmap. In this presentation, I'm going to walk us through what we have today, our goals, and how important the steps are we have moving forward. It is crucial that we work together as one continent to strive towards closing this gap of gender equity and create lasting, sustainable change. The OCA has aligned its framework with the IOC recommendation. This includes 5 key themes: participation, leadership, safe sport, portrayal, resource allocation, across 3 different levels of influence. The IOC as an organization, as an owner in the Asian Games, and as a governing body of sports in Asia. Our main goal as Gender Equity Committee is to create more opportunities for women in sports. I always say, we want qualified women in sport. We don't need women to just be put in a position as a number. We need to create opportunities to train and develop these women to be successful in whatever role we have. Next, we will integrate gender equity into all activities, policies, and strategies while establishing and coordinating, monitoring, and evaluating the framework to track the progress. The key to this goal is execution. We want to create goals and strategies, but without commitment from each NOC and action, these initiatives are empty. Continuing on, we want to make sure that we create a safe and inclusive environment for all women and girls to participate at the highest level. This includes all visions of the Asian Games, Olympic Games, especially regional games and individual national competitions for each NOC. Now, as I stand here over the next 10 minutes and present all this, you're going to hear me say this a lot. We're going to go along the lines of the IOC recommendation of a minimum of 30% representation. This includes coaches, officials, athletes, admin, executive boards, so on. This brings me to my final point. We need to bring strength to women. We want to strengthen the presence of women in leadership roles across all levels. This includes leveraging OCA gender equity programs and Olympic solidarity initiatives. So, where are we right now? Out of 45 NOCs in Asia, only 6 have 30% female representation on executive boards. This means that 39 NOCs sitting in this room today have fallen short of the IOC recommendation of 30%. But there are other ways that we are paving the way. Thanks to Sheikh Hayat, in 2022, we had the first ever gender equity seminar in Bahrain. We also had a very successful safeguarding workshop in Bangkok in December, which will continue to help and implement development of safeguarding policies and guidelines across Asia. We are also set to establish a gender equity committee, which we have done, have frequent meetings that will help lead OCA strategy and innovate and monitor our progress. Looking at the Asian Games, we have complete data now for the Hangzhou Games. As we look at this data, we can see that the Hangzhou Games was the first ever Asian Games to have 2 flag bearers. 1 male, 1 female. We also had 41 female representation among athletes as we strive to continue to close this gender gap. As for technical officials, we are not anywhere near the 30% recommendation. Sorry, technical officials, we are near the 30% representation. So we strive to, again, set the minimum standard of 30%. We're still waiting on the Harbin data, but as you can see, we had an equal number of men and women's events with additional of 5 mixed events. We were near 30% marker for female athlete representation, again, closing that gap to strive for equal representation of male and female. As we look forward to Anshin Nagoya, we look to continue for 50% representation, as well as creating mixed areas where appropriate. Across entire delegations, again, we strive for that 30% representation across the entire delegation. Looking for future games, we have the 3rd Asian Youth Games and the 7th Indoor Asian Martial Art Games in Saudi Arabia. We strive to, again, hit our minimum recommendations, but this goes back to the NOCs. We can stand up here and preach all day about what we can do as the Olympic Council of Asia, but if you don't bring it back to your own NOCs and implement, we're not making progress. But where are we going? As OCA, we are creating yearly development programs. This includes leadership programs for athletes, coaches, delegations, and ITOs. One of the programs that is highly underutilized in OCA is the Social Development Program. This program allows NOCs to get $10,000 to support projects that go along the lines of gender equity or safeguarding. Again, we strongly recommend that every single NOC applies for this funding. The IOC is also partnered with 2 programs. WISH, which is a women's leadership program for coaches, and WUSLA, which is a women's leadership program based in the UK. Our goal is to increase female applicants from Asia to these programs. Again, we have to take opportunities to set our women up for success. Now, what I'm most excited to present today, and you've seen it a lot already, is our OCA media campaign, which is Watch Her Shine. We can play the video.
Watch her shine. Strength, hope, inspire. Next generation empower.
Strength, hope, inspiration, next generation. empowering young girls to dream bigger. This is Watch Her Shine.
Okay, I don't know about you, but that's my like second or third time watching that video, but every time I watch it, I get goosebumps. As an athlete, like that really motivates me to see powerful initiatives like that to highlight our potential in our star athletes in just the strength and unity of women across Asia. So, strength, hope, inspiration, next generation, empower. Watch Her Shine is our media campaign going through 2027. We are going to partner with the Asian Games. We have already partnered with the Youth Asian Games set in Bahrain. We are going to have a gender equity booth, very similar to what Athlete 365 did in Paris at the Village, where we're going to have prize giveaways, interactive activities, and along with our media campaign to highlight and spotlight to watch the girls shine using the next generation of athletes. Looking at our objectives moving forward, we will continue to have gender equity seminars and educational workshops just like this one, just like we did in Bahrain. Again, our goal is to create opportunities for women in sports to make sure they are successful in whatever role they have. We will create pipelines that enforce this progress to hit the targets. We will build short-term coaching programs linking experienced female coaches and young coaches. And we'll also have internships for retired female athletes to transition into coaching roles to be successful. One of the other things that I'm very excited and hopeful for establishing is women development programs for coaches and ITOs in Asia. We strive to integrate gender equity policies in all major OCA events in hopes that they will trickle down to regional and national level events. But we encourage these policies and recommendations to be implemented, again, at all levels. You have to take it back to your NOC because it starts at a base level. How can the NOCs support OCA in this? One of the big things is we are always looking for NOCs to support us in hosting events, whether that's seminars, whether that's having mixed training camps with different countries, whether that's hosting regional events, just like the one we're at today. We're also looking at having multiple NOCs partnered together to create regional events to take the pressure off of just one OC on hosting that event. We also want to identify specific points of contacts, and I know when you registered we have everyone's email address, but we want to make sure it's the right email address. Are we going to the right person to get the information across to every single person so our information is spread throughout Asia, not just halting at the NOC level and executive level? We also really need your help at OCA and the IOC level in collecting data. Make sure you're filling out your data accurately and reporting. Again, that's why we need specific points of contacts. And of course, we always want to know, what are you doing on an NOC level? What projects and best practices do you have in place? We're going to hear from some NOCs later on in the seminar, and we're really excited to see what they have to show and how they're paving the way. Thank you.
Okay, just on time for a coffee break. Please be back 10 past 10. Thank you. seats. We will start in 1 minute. Welcome back. Can I please have your attention? We have a very tight schedule and long day, I know. We now begin our first panel session, Breaking Barriers, Advancing Gender Equity at All Sports Levels. To guide this conversation, we are joined by Mr. Richard Stevenson, founding partner at True North and a powerful voice for integrity and inclusion in sports. Please welcome Richard. Richard will introduce the panelists.
Sabine, thank you very much for the introduction. Everyone, thank you very much for a warm welcome. It's truly an honor to be here with you for such a vital event, and it's a true privilege to now take the opening words of inspiration we've heard, along with the strategic roadmap, into an all-star panel discussion. Very excited. Here to discuss with you how to better break down barriers and to better accelerate gender progress are three renowned experts I now have the privilege of introducing to you. First, your first panel guest this morning has actually already been introduced, but she deserves a second introduction, which goes a little bit like this. Mikako is, of course, a former Olympian and current OCA executive board member. Mikako is a celebrated Japanese artistic swimmer who's had a significant impact in the world of synchronized swimming. She's earned multiple medals at the FINA Synchronized Swimming World Cup events in 1985 in the United States, in 1987 in Cairo, and again in 1989 in Paris. But that's not all. At the 88 Olympics in Seoul, Mikako made history as the first Japanese woman to win an Olympic medal in the sport. After retiring from swimming, Mikako transitioned into sports administration, where she's held many influential roles. She became an executive board member of the Japanese Olympic Committee and served on its Athletes Commission and Women's Sports Commission. Additionally, she was an executive committee member of the World Olympians Association and the director of the Olympians Association of Japan. Mikako has played a vital role in Tokyo's successful bids for the 98 and 2020 Summer Olympics. As the sports director of the Tokyo 2020 Organizing Committee, she spearheaded the Gender Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Promotion Team, which was instrumental in ensuring that the Tokyo 2020 Games became the first ever gender-balanced Olympics in history. Mikako is a passionate advocate for gender equality in sports. Her leadership in promoting inclusivity and diversity has established for us what we now know as the Tokyo model, which has had a lasting impact on the Olympic movement and continues to advance gender equality worldwide. That's a rather long introduction. Please welcome Mikako. I said to Mikako, your introduction is anything but brief, but that is only because she has such a wonderful, long, and diverse background. Thank you, Mikako. Welcome to the panel. Our next panel guest is Panapad Komnueng, AFC Women Referee Manager from Thailand. Please have a seat. Panapad is a pioneering football referee and administrator known for advancing gender equity in officiating. She officiated FIFA women's tournaments, including the 2007 FIFA Women's World Cup, before transitioning into leadership roles. In 2016, she became the world's first female director of a national referee department with the Football Association of Thailand. Her leadership and her vision significantly enhanced the quality and recognition of Thai referees on both the domestic and international stages. In 2019, Panapad became the AFC's first female referee manager, a position she used to advocate for the inclusion and advancement of female referees. She champions equal opportunities and aims to see an Asian female referee officiate at a FIFA World Cup. Through her work, she continues to inspire and lead the charge for greater representation and equality in football refereeing. Please also welcome Panapad to the panel. Panapad, welcome. Thank you. Delegates, your third panelist joining us this morning from Malaysia is former gymnast and Olympian Miss Farah Ann Abdul Hadi. Farah Ann is a distinguished former artistic gymnast renowned for elevating her sport and inspiring future generations of athletes. She made her international debut in 2010 at the Commonwealth Games, earned 7 gold medals at the Southeast Asia Games, and competed at the Tokyo Olympics before retiring from competitive gymnastics in 2022. Beyond competition, Farah Ann has been a role model for young women, showing them that they can excel in sports and overcome challenges. She used her platform to advocate for equal opportunities for women in all areas, including athletics and leadership roles within sports organizations. As one of Malaysia's leading female athletes in a historically male-dominated sport, Farah Ann has helped challenge and break gender stereotypes in gymnastics, promoting greater inclusivity for women in sports. She's also a committee member for Safe Sport for the Ministry of Youth in Sports in Malaysia. Please welcome Farah Ann as well to the panel. Pleasure. Welcome. Then, delegates, we have prepared a number of questions for your panels up here, your panelists. Some of these questions are directed at them individually. Some of them are open questions for the entire panel. But we're also saving at least 15 minutes at the end of today's panel discussion for your specific questions. So please begin now to think, are there specific questions from you, from your NOC, relevant for the panelists that you would like to ask? You can begin preparing your questions already now. Then panelists. The first question, Mikako, will be directed directly to you. And I'll say now that some of these questions are a little complex. They're multi-part questions. I know that few of us here have English as our native language. So if you would like me to restate part of a question for yourselves, for the audience, please ask and I will restate the questions for you. Question number 1. As the leader, Mikako, of the Gender Equity Equality Promotion Team for the Tokyo 2020 Games, what were some of the biggest challenges you faced in creating a more inclusive and gender-balanced Olympics? What were your approaches to overcoming them? And how have your efforts influenced the Games?
Okay. How many minutes do I have to answer this question? Because thank you for the question. To tell you the truth, I was involved with the organizing committee as a sport director for the last 1 year after it was decided to be postponed. So I became sport director in autumn of 2020. And until then, the Tokyo 2020 Games was already planned with respect for gender equity with TOCOG and IOC.
Yes.
So we did have men and female flag barrier. We had the percentage of 49 and 51 female and male athlete representative, which was the best score until then. And to make that happen, we had 7 more mixed events. And even more, we made the last event. Usually like soccer or basketball, the final event is like men's match.
Yeah.
But we made a change that some of like volleyball and basketball, some of the events that female match would be the final to get more attention. And what else? We had the female specialized polyclinic in Athlete Village, which supported the female athletes with their problems, especially for women. And there was a case that a female athlete found a really serious woman specialized sickness because from the polyclinics. Blah, 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 blah. But 3 or 4 months before the games, our president of the organizing committee changed. Do you guys know why? Do you know the reason why we had a new president at the very end? No? Let me answer. The former president made a comment which is not good for women. He said something like, women talk too long. So having women makes meetings long. Yeah, as you like, oh. It was like that in Japan. The media and the Japanese public made such a big deal with this one comment. So he had to step down. So we had a new president for the last 4 months. As a result, we had a female president who is an Olympian, participated 7 Olympics together with Summer and the Winter Olympics, Seiko Hashimoto as our president, and the governor of Tokyo was Ms. Koike, a female, and the minister of Olympic and Paralympic Games became a female, and the sport director, myself. So all the leaders of organizing committee were all women. So when we had a meeting with IOC, they were like, what a change. So that's what happened to us. Then, because of the reason we had a new president, the new president established a gender equity and diversity and inclusion promoting team. And I was appointed as a leader for the team to promote what we already have been doing as Tokyo 2020 Games. So it's not something that we started. We already had the plan, and it was going, but nobody knew. But because of the one comment, we had a lot of focus on our games about gender equity. So what we did was try to, publish all the good things, and also I made a survey to all the working staff of organizing committee. What can we do more? Then we had an idea that the oath of the opening ceremony can be men and female. So as a result, I think the last time men and female athletes oath was done by both men and female were like 1988, the Seoul Olympics, which I competed.
Yes.
But since then was only one, usually men oath. So we made a big change that both all the athletes and judges and the technical officials, each one of men and female got to do the oath. That was something new we did. And when we did the survey, I had a comment from one sport manager who was supporting rowing at the Sea Forest venue that, okay, Mikako, I want to do something to support female athletes. We want to prepare napkins for women to use during their period. Do you understand what in the toilet, in the bathroom, because the venue is so far away from the city and there's no convenience store close. So just in case it happens, it's supportive for female athletes to prepare napkins in the toilet. And we did. It is a little small thing that any athlete can think of, but they never, because the Olympic game was so huge. But just one little comment made a difference in the bathroom, and since then, the rowing always have napkins in the toilet. So it's part of the legacy.
Yes.
So to conclude my answer, the comment the former president made was bad. It should not have happened. But because it happened, it made a big wave in Japan that we have to respect and support women, and it's very important to keep gender balance.
Yes.
And as a result, JOC easily had 42% of board members, and female board member of national federations raised like double after Tokyo 2020 within 4 years. So that's what happened in Japan through the Tokyo 2020. So I think the big games like Olympics or Asian Games, any international games, sport events, is not just the competing, for athlete. No, it's not the event just to compete, to decide who is the gold medalist or silver medalist, but this event can be a powerful chance to change the society.
Exactly.
Okay, that's my answer.
Thank you, Mikako. We're off to a very good start here. Brilliant. Next question, Pandapani, is directed to you. Pandapani, as the AFC's first female referee manager, what challenges have you faced in advocating for gender equality in refereeing, and what steps have you taken to ensure more opportunities for female referees in Asia?
Yeah, thank you, Richard. I think from begin with this has been a long standing perception is the referee is the male domination is the position is like same like career is barrier is limits of opportunity for our female referee. That is a take on the law for female referee like very less. And another challenge is the lack of structure of pathway for female referee. in many countries, the result of female referee is much lesser than compare between its men counterparts. In this make harder for our female referee to be in this law. It's very hard for them. And to overall in this barrier, I have take a serious step to ensure more opportunity for our female referee in Asia. The first thing we do to developing and training program for our female referee. We have introduced 3 roles. The training, we focus on the technical skill for female referee. And another part is fitness test, fitness training. And the thing is like, the thing important is the leadership. To clarify on this point is, the first thing we focus on the fitness training for our female referee first. If you see the level of football, men and women are totally different. I'm not sure you know about for referee pass, before we going to official in any competition or any match, when we going to appointed, we need to pass the fitness test before we official the match to make sure you fit enough and strong enough to official in the level of the football. And also the level of the fitness test with men and women totally different. For the man fitness test, the level is higher than female the fitness test. That's why we also need to practice and train them and guide them to prepare them to be stronger and be ready and pass the man fitness test. Then make sure people will see, oh, this women referee, very strong, very good, and enough to official in the man level. That is, we can show it in the first step. The second is with we prepare them and train them, like a program for technical parts, like refresh them with the law of the game, technical in the field, how to manage, how to have a good teamwork between, how to control the match, and make sure you control all of them in the field. I mean, 22 players in the field, you need to control them. How to manage this? We need to practice and train them. Women quality and men match is also different. Men is more harder. Sometimes they not listen to you too much. You need to make your mentally stronger also to be ready. This part also we need to prepare them, train them, guide them. Sometimes what I have to do, we do like online sections to show the video clip, what is foul or not foul, what is how to manage to correct decision on this. That's what we're doing. And if they have very experience on this part, then after that we coming from the leadership. We guide them to be strong in the field, confidence, then control them in the field. This is from first part of with the training program. The second thing is create opportunity for them to get the appointment.
Yes.
No, normally for women, we official and appoint for women match is normal. But if we want to increase them to high level with the men, then we can have opportunity to join with the men appointment, men competition. This is not easy and also difficult. And you know the way we need to working very closely with national federation to ensure our female referee give opportunity and have chance to officiate in domestic and local league with the man match. Then when they get opportunity on this, then they will get more experience with the higher level of the man match. Then they will get ready to official in the higher level of AFC competition. That is the second thing. The next part is to understandable thing in the mentorship and supporting in the network. We have developed a mentorship program when they have experienced female referee in the modern. Like if you follow up with the football pass, like a last Man World Cup, we also can see some female referee to appointed for man match in, I think this is the first time in the world, the FIFA appoint our female referee to officiate in the Man World Cup. This is another thing. And also from our ASEAN, we also have one female have appointed in this World Cup as well. This is also, we very proud of her because she's very strong. She fitness is super fit. She mentally, she personal, the patient is very good. That is the first is like the model, I think, for the young generation, for our female referee in Asia. They can see, oh, we have our female to official in men competition with higher level. Then maybe their dream is coming. Oh, I want to be there. I want to be the same thing. Then if they try and work hard, then we guide them. Then they can be success in this path. And the last thing, as coordinating for the policy change, we have sham points policy for promote the guide for the selection and process, ensure our female referee to give a same opportunity with the man to appointing for this pass. And all the thing have a start and create in positive change. With more our female referee getting recognition on official in the higher level in the AFC level. I mean the high with the many man competition now we start have this, but however this is still working on. We have very long term to change on this. Then we need to continue to support on this path to our female referee in Asia. That is what my answer from the first.
Thank you very much, Panapar. Very detailed answer. Much appreciated. Farhan, over to you. As a successful female gymnast, how have you personally navigated the challenges of gender inequality in the world of sports? And what changes do you think are necessary to create more opportunities for women?
Thank you so much, Richard. First and foremost, I would like to thank you so much to the Olympic Council of Asia for having me here today. It is a tremendous opportunity and I'm very grateful to be here. So some of the challenges that I face as a gymnast, some backstory I would like to give first. I am a Malaysian gymnast. I'm also Muslim. And I've competed for 25 years. And most of the gender imbalances that I've personally experienced and seen is through the gender bias in media, where I've personally gone through online harassment and hate. So I'd like to tell a little story. I competed at the Southeast Asian Games in 2015 in SEA Games. I won 6 medals. I got back home. I received a lot of praise for my performance, but I also received a lot of hate comments because of my attire. It was quite devastating as an athlete because we put ourselves out there to compete and do our best, not realizing that we would get hate not because of failed performances, but because of the attire that we wore. And for me, it was very eye-opening because I realized that it was something that I could not control, that the media on its own wants to sell papers, wants to have big headlines, and as athletes, our job is to go out there and perform. And it was quite devastating to me to realize that as a woman, I have this extra boundary that I now need to navigate. Because not only do I have to perform at the highest level, I now have to think about what I wear and to make sure that I'm appropriate. I put it in air quotes because I don't think what I wear is inappropriate. I'm not out there on a fashion show, I'm out there representing my country. So then this made me realize that I have a further opportunity and also I need to make sure that I stand for my rights as a woman. And how I navigated through these challenges, first, I had a wonderful coach, a female coach, and she has been with me since I was 8 years old. And through all this negative press, it was very interesting because it was very positive from all the supporters from the sporting industry because everyone knew that we were competing And most of the negative was from people who were not in the sporting arena, who did not understand the sport, who just saw me as a female, as a Muslim, representing Malaysia, which I love and I have so much respect for, but all they saw was a woman in tight clothing. And that to me was a responsibility. I came back to my gym, my female coach, the first moment I went to the door, she told me, Miss Natalia Sinkova, she said, if you want to be successful, people will bring you down. It is your responsibility to go out there and be above it all and show people your true potential. And it just clicked for me. That's my role as an athlete, is to go out there and represent my sport at the best of my abilities. And how I counter that is when I'm doing my media interviews and I'm going out there and when I speak on my social media, I shy away from people that comment about my attire. Because I feel, why do we need to put fuel onto this fire? Why do we need to give, I would say, irresponsible people just because they want to sell their newspapers, sell hot hotlines? I always choose to answer my questions, answer about my sport, about the opportunities, of what we're out there for, to be the version that I wanted people to see. So I really stood up for my woman empowerment. I've done many, many talks, and that's how I navigate. Slowly but surely, it started to change. People would come up to me and I was a bit afraid to put my little girl in gymnastics because of the hate. Because this actually got 2 hates and 2 positives. It increased the visibility of sports, as people say, bad press is press. So a lot more people saw gymnastics, but there were also parents that were worried that if they put their kids into sports, that they would have online bullying. And it was hard for me, but I had a very good supportive background. And so some of these challenges were what I put into my platform to be able to change. So that is my personal challenges. Other than that, I feel that with sports as gymnastics or younger sports, I would call them, kids start very early. I started gymnastics when I was 3 years old, and that is a big responsibility on parents. And sometimes parents don't know where to send their kids. So there's a lack of opportunities for sports that are not publicly funded. So we in Malaysia were funded by the government, and then it trickles down to the national sports associations, and we are government funded. So I'm very lucky that sports like gymnastics is government funded, but we still have lack of access of information. Parents don't know where to send their kids. And when we have that, it's the responsibility of our associations, the NSAs, the big OCM, and also the government to have equal access to opportunities for children, for parents to be able to send their kids to the specific sports. I also believe that some of the changes that we can do is introducing more equal equity sports in schools, because that's where we start. Kids learn about sports in schools. So if we always have, for example, football that's mainly geared to men, or football that's mainly geared to women, kids are reluctant because they think and I got this in school where it's, you look so boyish. Because I started very early, so I had really big muscles, and I was very strong. I would always get a bit like, oh, you're not feminine enough. You're too masculine. And this kind of words, I grew up in a very good parental situation that they told me, no, this is good. And I always stood up for my rights. I was very outgoing, and I always knew, I'm like, no, that kind of language is not right. And we need to put this in schools, into policy changes, where equal playing ground have a communal place where both male and female athletes train and compete together in schools. This allows for children to grow and develop the sense of sports is a place where I am. Sports is a place that's mine, and not sports is a place that I am here but not accepted. Sorry. And then when we go in further, so now that I've become a retired athlete, I've personally participated. So Malaysia, in 2021, they came out with a Women in Sports division in the National Sports Council. So this division is specifically funded for sports that are underutilized. For example, team sports. We have rugby, hockey, football, and netball. I think it's really important to have a specific agenda for sports that are traditionally more dominated by men, because this allows more funding. Because always the notion that I hear is that people don't watch a female football. And if you know, every time we say football, what comes to your mind? Men. Why do we have to say female football? So these are notions that we need to change. And in Malaysia, I've personally been involved in the coaching program, as well as I'm also now a technical delegate. It's important for us to reach out to retired athletes, because they always get lost in the system. Because once they leave the system, whether they leave on their own accord or if they leave because they've gotten an injury, some of these get lost because they feel like sports is no longer their arena. They're no longer contributing to the sports by winning a medal. They're no longer seen as the prize. So they feel left out because they feel they are no longer of use. And I think that we need to change that, especially in our sports associations and government have programs straight away that cater towards these retired athletes, give them the information that they need, whether they want to go into coaching, whether they want to go into associations, whether they want to be involved even in the higher level. It's very important for information dissemination to happen, because that's where we lose people. For example, even for me, I found out about this wonderful conference because of people that come around, and it's very important, I believe, that this information needs to be disseminated more. Okay, I think I've truly answered the question.
Thank you. A lot of personal information. Thank you for sharing those insights and stories. The first question here, and time is running from us quickly. The first question for each of you was about what challenges you have faced. And before we leave the theme of challenges, could each of you say something about the most significant challenges you still see facing women today and tomorrow? What would you say are the most significant challenges out there still?
For me, I think it's more for the parents' level. I think that the challenges still is for parents unable to see sports as a viable place where their children can be successful in. And I think that's something that we need to have parental athlete courses for parents to understand the relationship that they need to be and also understand the opportunities.
Thank you.
For me, I think is limit of the opportunity for awareness for our female referee to still under the level of top level of the men. That's why the competition and the major, I'm talking about the referee pass, because of the lack of the support of any kind of, and also the region of the any country is the difference. That's why this is can be something the challenge of for the to be like this.
Understood.
Yep.
Thank you, Panpa.
I would like to raise 2 points. First one is easy. The supporting sports is based on volunteering, no earning money. So in Japan, a lot of husbands earn money and women stays home, raise children, or do housewife. Not recently, but it's a culture. But if a woman wants to go out to support sports with no money, husband don't like it. And if you have to hire some babysitter, you have to pay. So the husband has to pay for the babysitter, and the wife is gone, and she's not earning money, but just supporting sports. So man needs to understand how meaningful and valuable it is to support sports by female. That's a very typical first point. But second point is, as Panpa said, lack of experience. Like I said, like you introduced, I participated in the Olympics in 1988, and I was also the flag bearer for Japanese delegation, for the first female for the Summer Olympics. Since then, I was involved in Nagano Winter Olympics bidding. I was ambassador for that because I was appointed as the flag bearer of Japanese team and Olympic medalist. And because I was involved in Olympic bidding, I made many friends with IOC, and I was also the member of IOC Athlete Committee. And I was involved with OCA for the first time as a female board member. So starting from being a flag bearer, all new experiences, just I feel like I've been a magnet, that all the roles and the positions was come to me. Because I do one position, the next position comes. Then after getting experiences, I was appointed as the first female chef de mission for Youth Olympic Games in 2019. And I found something that I feel like being a mother of the whole team. And athletes started calling me, instead of Chef de Mission Mikako, they started calling me Mother Mikako during the games. Because I cared about athletes. When it was raining, I cared, do they all have hair dryers? Don't they get cold? Or I would talk to athletes, are you eating well? Or are you healthy? Just feeling like mother. And athletes liked it. So I found it's something new, that having a female chef de mission brings something new that men chef de mission could not realize. And then, yeah. So what I want to say is, give a position, make a female have an experience, and the person will be educated. Like when I first became the OCA board member, I was nothing. I was just a 29 years old woman. But because of having an experience, I learned a lot. I met many people, I made relationships, and what I am now. So men are afraid of giving a chance to women, and people care about the giving a rights to female. But it's not just giving the rights to female. Men has to, everybody has to understand that having enough female, makes not only the gender balance, but it makes the group or the organization better with different eyes and opinions. So that's my second point.
Thank you very much. Panelists, next question, at least for me, is extremely important, and it has a little bit of background here. 2017, worldwide research done by Boston Consulting Group shows that without the clear support of men, who often still are the most powerful stakeholders in many organizations, without their clear support, gender equity progress is much less likely. In organizations where men are actively involved in promoting and supporting women, 96% report progress, versus just 30% where men are not. The question is, how can men more actively support women then?
I think in this point, we need to create equal opportunity for men and women to ensure our female to include in training development program, and also the mass opportunity for refereeing and dealing the men's supporting in this considering from this. The select our female referee for hire in the game is not just for our tournaments. Just make sure they have equal opportunity. Like if you give chance to our men, then you need to give women as well, to give them like more balance. With when you got appointment, not only always man is the first. Sometimes we can get we can get women first from any when you got the chance to appoint them in this part of this. That is from my point.
Thank you. Others?
Okay. To raise gender balance, it will not happen only with women. Like today, it's great that we have so many female representatives from different stakeholders, but let's involve men together so that it's a common topic to consider. Like Prince Faisal is always under big pressure, like he's the leading man from man's side, but let's have some more so that we can have equal discussion, even with the Gender Equity Commission. I think having both men and female have more constructive discussion. And another point, I can give you one example, which we do in Japan, that we have a project called 52/12 project. Can you guess what that is? 52/12? It's the number of weeks the women have period. Out of 52 weeks, 12 weeks women athletes or coaches, any women, have period. That means they have a different condition of body. And we started seminars, education seminar, not only to female, to learn what's going to happen to your body when you have period, or it's not afraid if you learn right meaning of using pills, because after being athlete, you have a longer life as a woman after you retire from competition. That kind of education, and also to the male coaches and sports people, we educate. This is what's happening with females. So don't say, oh, period is not sick, just train hard. Or they don't understand how the condition of female is. So it's a common topic in Japan for both men and female to learn to educate female athletes. I can give you that example. If you are interested, just click 52/12 project.
Fabulous. Good. Mikako, thank you.
For me, I think that we need to develop equity training and also have females go through leadership training. Because I think first there is a notion that we are not in this space because we are unknowledgeable. And then when we have men allies that allow for that opportunity to work together, that really gives more opportunity and also will trickle up to the leadership position, because we always must think about coming from ground zero. Who are we choosing, and then help them. So it needs to be a double force. Because if we don't have women in leadership, as Mikako says, we are losing out on so much information that is lost without women in these spaces. As Mikako said, once you actually put people, because I know there's a lot of uneasiness about quota systems. Because I've heard, I was actually in the Women in Sports seminar in Malaysia. We had the whole seminar, and when we were down, I said that, oh, I think that in the future we should just have a sports seminar. Why do we need to break it to female, male? I think because we still have all the challenges. When I came down the stage, there was a man who said, oh, then next year we'll have a male in sports seminar because you have the female in sports seminar. And I think that's very important because messages aren't heard. We need to educate as to why we need a women in sports seminar. Why is there a gender equity seminar? The data, the state, and then we have men allies that come in and understand and preach and help. And instead of women standing behind, we stand together to be able to push more women in leadership positions.
Thank you very much. Panelists, we have many more questions prepared for you, but because time is going so quickly, I wonder if we should now hear from the audience, involve the delegates. Are there any questions directly from delegates? Yes, Your Royal Highness.
Thank you for the opportunity. I thank the delegates here and the speakers for coming up and standing in position. Just to answer one of your questions, and Mikako talked about the challenge of men. The problem is that most men don't understand. Women understand the challenges women face. If the men don't understand that, then they have their ignorance in that sense of understanding the challenges and taking down the barriers. So I'm a great advocate of having more men attend these events so that they learn. That's how I've learned, by being able to attend and to be able to hear and understand and say, oh, okay, I didn't think about that, or okay, that's maybe something I can consider. So I think when we talk about gender equity, when we talk about 30%, even one of the things that NOCs do is they put the women in sports or the gender equity, they put it basically all females. They don't put men on there because it's easy for them to fill the quotas so that they can say, oh, well, 50% or whatever, we meet the targets. The challenge is to educate men about the barriers that exist. Once we understand where the barriers exist, then we can help address those issues and help that balance. So I think it is critical, and that's why in all of these seminars, it's more important is to look at how many men are attending, not how many women are attending, because they're the ones that you've got to convince. As women, you understand the challenges that you face. It's educating us to consider what challenges that you face and to educate us to sit there and say, oh, that's not something I'd thought about. That's not something I'd considered. I think that's why it's so important that we have men and women participate in these events equally. Thank you.
Thank you for emphasizing. Other questions from the floor? Yes, at the back first, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for this beautiful conference, and it's very informative. My question is, first, my name is Amani Goulet, and I represent Palestine. I represent North America, the diaspora. I've been the chairman of the committee, the chairman of the Women Committee since August. And what I'm missing is resources, information, and a training. And I'll tell you an example. I served on the board of the PTA, which is the Parent-Teacher Association, and in several committees. And every time I move to one committee, they give me a training, whether it's online or in person, and the resources, how to reach resources, and all these things. And that makes my job very easy, because I had, every time I did what I have to do. So since August, I've been struggling a little bit, connecting the dots. So again, how can we have, for example, an online training for the committee, for different position on the committees? We are missing something like this. Thank you very much for your time.
Good. Is there actually a question here that the panel would like to address? It's a very fair, very important statement.
The OCA can take the answer, I think.
Yes.
They have a plan.
Sinkarana from NOC India. Thank you for such knowledgeable insights from the very beautiful panelists. So my question is from Farah. So I would like to ask you, what kind of advice you would like to give to young girls facing resistance from family and society about choosing sports as a career? So I would be privileged if you give the answer.
Thank you so much for your question. It's such an important question. My advice that I usually give, my motto is always to believe in yourself. The first point that we tell kids is that they need to believe in themselves and their abilities and what they want in life. And I think it stems from, as you said, that sometimes I come from a very supportive parental background. It comes from parents that have been there day in and day out all the training centers, sending me to competitions. It's very important. But for me, I think that you have to tell your aspiring athletes that you need to go through the hardships of being an athlete. It is hard. We have everyone here who are athletes, Olympians who have competed at all level. It's not easy being an athlete. And coming in with the pressures from societals, you need to give them the support. It's important that as the community that they are surrounded is filled with people who understand sports and give that hand. I wouldn't be here without all those people. And to open up opportunities for these kids to actually interact with your athletes, with your female athletes, bring them to the training centers, have them have even online sessions. This promotes and lets them see when there are games on, ask them to watch these games, have a day where they watch the Olympic Games, have a day when they watch the Asian Games. This gives them that hope and gives them that belief that they can be like that person that they admire so much. Inspiration comes from the littlest place, from seeing someone that looks like them, from seeing someone that has the same background. That is that little spark that they need. And we, the people who are already in the sport, in the associations, we need to give that spark. Have a safe space for them to understand and tell them that this journey is long and hard, but it is a beautiful journey and you will find so much happiness in this journey. Thank you.
Good. Next question is coming.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you, dear panelists, for such amazing your speech and sharing your experience and challenges you faced as a former athlete and a sport executive. And during your speech, Ms. Mikako and Ms. Farah, you touched a very important point that men say women is like to stay at home and take care of their families. And Ms. Farah, you said that as we are talking about the football, it's a station that just only this sport is for men. And my question is, what are the effective, ways to shift the cultural and organizational mindset of people around the gender equity, especially the environments there say that cultural norms remain strong. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. There are some opportunities that have been in place from our Ministry of Youth and Sport is a woman, the Honorable Hannah Yeoh. And I think one of the initiatives that they placed is having the Women in Sport seminar, action plan. And this action plan actually specifically gives funding to sports that are categorized as men. It needs to come from the top. Funding needs to be specific first. Because with that funding, and also into coaching, from the data that we've had from 2021 to right now, it's very little, but coaching has increased by 10% in women. Because there are courses that are specifically targeted for female athletes that want to transition into coaches. I think having specific. And another one, when you talk about cultural, I believe that it's very important to put a spotlight on your female athletes. Give media attention to them, because that's the first thing that people see. Do media training for your athletes and also for associations in order how to handle themselves in front of the media, because that's what people see. Because in the end, when we talk about associations, we talk about ministries, it is for the people. And if people don't want this change doesn't happen. So how do we get this into the eyes? We have in Malaysia, we have a sports icon tour that I've been personally participated in. And we take these athletes and bring them out and into the suburbs, into further places that probably don't have access to these athletes, we put them in front. And that increases the visibility and also allows for people to come and say, no, we want these programs for our kids. We see these athletes. So it's also, I think media plays a very important role in pushing your governments and pushing your associations. Because as you say, Mikako, one sentence that was really negative turned into such a beautiful progress. So I think that's something that we need to touch on.
Yes, please. Okay. Sabine, do we have time for one more question out there? Yes, we do.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity and thank you for all the panelists. My name is Afnan from Saudi Arabia, and I'm a firm believer that everyone will hear this question and try to do something about it. So my question is, how can we better support women from diverse cultural backgrounds who wants to participate in sport or rather competitive activities but face barriers to the mandatory uniforms they found too revealing? What inclusive solution or alternative could be implemented to encourage their participation while representing their cultural or, and I highlight, or personal preferences? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Did we get the question? Yes. I think it's a little bit more than that. Could we trouble you for a slightly shorter version of this important question?
Can you hear me? Okay. Yes,
And-
sure.
Thank you.
So some ladies faces issues regarding participating in, for example, swimming, gymnastics, just because of the uniform, competition uniforms are too revealing. Some of them faces these issues because of the culture, and some of them faces it because of their personal preferences. So what can we implement in order to prevent that and encourage more participation of female who consider these barriers? Thank you.
Good, thank you.
I think I can just answer for the outfit part. In Malaysia, we allow for children to wear what is comfortable for them. And with the rising of females speaking out about attire, there has actually been a change. Female athletes for gymnastics has always been able to wear long pants. But as women, we choose, right? As you're saying, your personal preference. And they have actually added a clause now that they can actually wear the hijab. So I think it's important that your associations, for in Malaysia, we've allowed for a lot of athletes to wear what they are comfortable. So it comes from that. And then because of that and a lot of the uproar, international associations have now changed rules. So I think it's important for athletes to speak up and have their associations push this all these agendas, because we have seen a change that, especially in gymnastics, where everyone thinks, oh, it's just the leotard, that's the only thing they can wear. But with push from a lot of female athletes, we are actually now able to wear even the hijab. So it's really important, I think, for us to understand that we have power to push international organizations to change.
Listen. Yeah, during Tokyo 2020 Olympics, I think it was German gymnast or unitard, that is like long legs.
Yeah, it's very true. That ruling has been in the book since I started, which was like 25 years ago. I think people associations actually don't, you have the technical book. I don't think coaches actually fully read all the rules, because it has been in the rules. I think people need to be just more knowledgeable, and that's started a trend.
And as Farah has been commenting, the increase of media visibility, it's very important. What we did for Tokyo 2020 Olympics was we had a press conference for Japanese press to explain and make them understand the portrayal guideline, which IOC is delivering. That will tell you that, the cameraman has to be careful not to shoot female athletes from a very sexy angle, or never call mom athlete or beautiful athlete, or in case of football, as you said, football reminds you of men's football. Because we call football for men, but for women, we call women football. But they should both be football, whether men or female. So that kind of education we did a lot with Japanese press, and we made a Japanese version of Port Royal guidelines. So it might be a great idea for OCA to educate all the NOCs in Asia with the Port Royal guideline to educate media how to show athlete in a proper way. That might make parents more feel safe to send their kids to artistic swimming or gymnastics.
Very true. Just adding on, for my Tokyo Olympics, we actually had a female photographer that actively went to the athletes and asked them, how would you like to be photographed? So, and then there was a shift in the way that gymnastics, the way that it's shot. Because in Malaysia, sometimes, I don't know why, sorry to the media, but they always, whenever our legs are like open, that is the shot. They're like, that is the shot that we are going to take and put into the media. So it's something that as us, like, why would we want that to see? But education and training swapped, and we taught photographers that these are the ways to do it.
Thank you very much, delegates, for your questions. Thank you, panelists, for your engagement and your insights. Sabine, we now come back to you, I think. Is that right? Thank you very much. Pleasure. Thank you. Really well done. Thank you. Thanks, Sabine.
Just bear with us 2 minutes just to remove the chairs. Thank you. Now, let's welcome Mr. Pedro Diaz, Olympian and IOC Gender Equality and Inclusion Manager at the IOC, to share updates from the IOC Gender Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Unit.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today with you. I would like to thank OCA for this great event, Brunei for this amazing reception. It's been really being amazing. Before I start, well, my name is Pedro Dias. I'm from Portugal. I'm an Olympian, well, 20 kilos ago. But before I start, I would like to do some challenge, also to wake up a little bit, okay? My sport is judo, you can see by the years, okay? My sport is judo. So in judo, all the time that we start a fight, we bow our opponent, okay? So I will now challenge everybody to stand up. Everybody to stand up. Yes. I will teach you to do a judo bow. So you put your feet like this, your hands here. When I say the word hey, we will just bow and return, okay? Are you ready? Hey! Okay, we are ready to start the fight. One rule. In judo, during the fight, if you wear your mobile phone, you are disqualified, okay? So, no mobile phones for now, okay? Well, before I start, and the main question in most of your heads right now is, why the hell do we have a guy here talking about gender equality? And the answer is very simple. Gender equality is not a woman's issue. Gender equality is everybody's issue. When I retired from sport, 2008, I was completely lost. I was for 12 years so focused in my objective, which was to go to the Olympics and try to win a medal, that after that, I didn't know what to do. So I knew that I wanted to give back to sport. Sport gave me everything. I wanted to give back, but I didn't know how. And for many years, 11 years, I was completely lost. Until 2019, the IOC developed a program called Young Leaders for Leadership. And I applied. And it said their leadership. So I applied, I was chosen. Actually, the facilitator was Richard, it was here. And when I started the program, and there were 30 European youngsters there, men and women, and when they started the program, they started talking about gender equality. I'm like, I think I'm in the wrong room. I came for a leadership program and they are talking about gender equality. And honestly, I was like completely lost. And suddenly, a guy from Croatia, he stands up and says, oh, they fooled me. I came here for a leadership program and this is about gender equality, I'm leaving. So he left and I'm like, okay, but I will stay. I came from so far, I will stay. Because to be honest, gender equality was not the top of my priorities. I knew there was a problem, but it was not my problem. So it was not the top. But when I listened, when I realized what was going on, the numbers, I was embarrassed. And I said, well, I'm part of the society, so I'm part of these numbers. I need to do something. So from that moment, I decided that my objective, my new target, was to make this world a better world, working on gender equality. And after 6 long years of working hard, the IOC made this terrible mistake of hiring me to work there, and here I am today. So now you know the background, and I will start now with the presentation. So, since 1996, that women in sport makes part of the Olympic Charter. The Olympic Charter is like the constitution of the Olympic movement. In 1996, it was part of the Olympic Agenda 2020. And it continued with the Olympic Agenda 2020 plus 5. So it was one of the specific recommendations. So to put this recommendation in practice, the IOC has developed this amazing framework. And why do I say this framework is amazing? Because this can be used by any sport organization, regardless the sport or regardless the size, okay? So it's divided in 2 parts. So the first one is the sphere of influence. So what can the IOC do as an organization? What can the IOC do as owner of the Olympic Games? What can the IOC do as leader of the Olympic movement? And then Olympism in society. So here we have the spheres of influence. Now, if you want to adopt this framework in your reality, or even at the grassroots club in your country, it's easy. You delete the part that says IOC, and you put your organization there, okay? So these are the spheres of influence. And then we have the focus areas. So we have participation. How can we guarantee that women and girls can have access to sport and can reach a high-level competition such as the Olympic Games? Leadership. And when we talk about leadership, we are not only talking about management. We are talking about referees. We are talking about coaches. How can we create the pathways for women, if they want, they can reach these positions also? Safe sport. How can we guarantee that women and girls can do sport in a safe environment? Portrayal, that was also here already mentioned. How can we guarantee that women have the same representation in the media as men? And when they have this representation, they are not sexualized. and resource allocation. How can we guarantee that we have the money to implement all our ideas? So it was very simple. Based on this framework, the IOC has developed 21 objectives, so our objectives have just finished last year. We are now finalizing the report that you will have access next month, okay? So we are very happy with the work that we have done, but there's still a lot to do. And you need to understand something. The IOC is pushing for this, but we cannot do this alone. We need your support. That's why we are here, OCA, and with the other continental chairs that OCA had the pleasure to invite it here, that we work closely. We work with all the continents. We work with all the NOCs. We work with all the international federations. And only together, everybody going on the same direction, we will manage to succeed. Well, we have also committed during the Sport for Generation Equality Forum in 2021 with two big commitments. First one, to consolidate the Olympic Games as one of the most effective platforms for promoting and accelerating gender equality. And we are going to talk about this later. And second one, to continue to lead by example and support acceleration of women meaningful representation in governance, leadership, and decision-making bodies. Now, I would like to show you a video of our key achievements in Paris and then some information.
Self-belief, respect, and ambition. They belong to us all when we chase our dreams. The Olympic Games are one of the most powerful platforms for empowering women. And at Paris 2024, we reached a historic milestone. The first Olympic Games with full gender parity on the field of play. The journey has been long. Over the years, trailblazers have led the way. Women have continually inspired the world on the Olympic stage. While the Olympic movement has been working hard to give female athletes the opportunities they deserve, creating the biggest gender equal sporting event in the world. Let's celebrate the moment, but not stop the journey.
I always get emotional when I see this movie. Yes, it's time to celebrate. For the first time in 128 years of Olympic Games, we managed to have gender parity on the field of play. 50% quota between men and women. We had 96% of flag barriers, men and women. And people ask me, but why 96? Why not 100%? And this is one of the topics that I want, because we still didn't manage to have one edition of the Olympic Games with all the NOCs taking a man and a woman as athlete. Never happened. I put myself as a target for the Olympic Games in LA to reach this, and I count on you, okay? So don't let me down, okay? We had 28 out of the 32 sports were fully gender equal. We also had more gender balanced events, 152 for women and 157 for men. And we have 20 mixed events. And when I talk about mixed events, sometimes people are like, oh, come on, but yeah, mixed event doesn't work on gender equality. Well, I have a different opinion. For example, my sport, judo. In judo, I'm not going to say the country, but there was like one really strong country, and it was not Japan. It was not Japan. But they were a really strong country, and they were men world champions in teams. And there were separate teams for women and for men. I never saw a woman from this country. Never, ever. And they were world champions by teams in men. When the International Federation changed the rule and made mixed teams, they had a problem. They didn't have women. So they were world champions, and the next year they couldn't compete they didn't have a team. So they went home and they said, well, guys, you know what? We don't even like gender equality, but we need to work on this. So they start working on women. And a couple of years later, they managed to start going to the podium. So this is a proof that mixed events can definitely work on this topic. And we also had some changes on the competition schedule. Mikako already talked about some that happened in Tokyo. We even went further in Paris. For example, never happened that the last event of athletics, which is the marathon, it was always men's marathon. For the first time, it was a women's marathon. And especially, well, I must say, the competition schedule is way more difficult than you imagine. It's so many stakeholders involved, but we work deeply with international federations, with the broadcasters, with the organizing committee to make it as more balanced as possible. And all this seen by billions of people, okay? So this is the power of the Olympic Games. The world is watching us. So what we do has an impact in society. Well, these are some of the numbers that I want to present to you from the officials at the Asian level, okay? Team management. And here, I would like to thank to Prince Faisal for his leadership. 3 years ago, for the first time, Prince Faisal challenged the Asian NOCs to work on their team management. So if the NOCs have more than one team management, and when I talk about team management, I'm talking about chef de mission and deputy chef de mission. So if you have then more than one, try to bring in both genders, okay? Don't bring 2 men. Don't bring, even in some cases, 4 men, okay? So you can see there was an increase almost a double, from 8% to 14%. Team leaders, there was also an increasement. In coaches, well, it shrinked a little bit, but it's normal because the previous games in Tokyo, Japan had a huge delegation because they were organizing the Olympic Games, so it makes sense that the numbers here are slightly smaller. There was also an increasement in the medical officials, and in the other NOC personnel, it remained the same number. So Asia is improving. So this is the good news. Now let's go to the bad ones. What is also increasing is the gap between Asia and the other countries. So here you have the colors, Oceania, the Americas, Africa, Europe, and Asia, and you see that the growth is different, okay? So we are here today to change this. We are here today to work for the next 4 years, well, 3 years now, to work on the next 3 years. So when there will be another guy or a woman presenting this presentation, they will say, congratulations, you did great. All the world is moving at the same pace. And you have noticed that in your tables, you have received some documents. So you have some documents, and I use this document with the permission of Liz, the president of the New Zealand NOC. So this is a snapshot of the delegation of your country during the Olympic Games, okay? So you can see here, information about the athletes, about the coaches, about the medical officials, and so on, and also total. And you have over there those numbers. So can you see the numbers 0.83? So that's the gender equality score. So if the score is very close to 1, that means that you're very good, okay? If the score is not even close, that means there's a lot of work to do. Where it says gender equality score delta, it compares to the previous games. So if in your document it's in red, it means that you're doing worse than the previous games. If it's green and the number, in this case, New Zealand, they are already doing so good that it was difficult to improve. So they improved, but slightly, okay? So here you have the information per role, and over there you have the information per sport, okay? Then you can see the gaps. And I must tell you, when I was doing, and I did one by one, your snapshots. Actually, I did for the entire world. And what was shocking to me, it was that in some countries, they had one woman, and then in the staff, there were 40 men. One woman as an athlete, and 40 men in the staff. 0 women. And then I was like, okay, I went to the Olympics. How would I feel if I was a man competing and all the staff would be women? I wouldn't feel comfortable. Why would women need to feel comfortable with this? So this is definitely something that you need to change, okay? You also have in these documents the document regarding the leadership of your organization. I know already some NOCs come to me, Pedro, this is wrong. This information is from 2024. If the information is wrong and you are already above the 30%, amazing. We will renovate this information in the next presentation, okay? Working together towards gender equality. So here, I heard this word many times before my presentation, and I will reinforce. Together, okay? Together. Together. The IOC as a role model in leadership. It would be very easy for me to be here presenting and saying, hey, this is what you need to do. A white European guy from Lausanne coming here and explaining what to do. Well, no, the IOC has done their homework. And we have done our homework under the leadership of our president, Thomas Bach, that on the last 12 years, he really dedicated on gender equality, and we have managed to reach great numbers. So you can see, in terms of the executive board members, we went from 27 to 40%. IOC members, we went from 21% to 43%. IOC commission chairs from 80% to 42%. And IOC commission positions from 20% to 50%. So when I talk with sport organizations and they tell me, oh, Pedro, you know, it's so difficult to change our organization. I'm like, come on, I work at the IOC. That's the most difficult organization to do something new, you know? And in 12 years, it was possible to achieve this change. Why? Because it was a priority for the leadership, okay? And second, because together we managed to reach this. And more recently, we have elected for the first time a woman president, okay? I hope that this will bring a big message to the sport ecosystem that yes, women can also be in these roles. So I also hope that a lot of women feel empowered to run for elections, okay? You're not gonna win all the time. I think I lost more times than I won when I was fighting. Nevertheless, I never stopped fighting, okay? Now we go here to some numbers. So 44%, this means that although the IOC is recommending since 2016 for all the NOCs and international federations to reach a minimum of 30% in their leadership positions. So this was from 2016. So 9 years ago, only 44% of the NOCs globally reached this number, okay? If we go to the breakdown per continent, we can see here the numbers. So in Africa, we have 22 NOCs who have reached this. In the Americas, 25. In Asia, as was mentioned before by Valerie, 6. In Europe, 22. And in Oceania, 12. So we can still see here a big gap. And this is not blame and shame, okay? I'm not here to do that job. I'm here for you to understand the numbers and to work on them, okay? We have a problem, and now this is how can we deal with this problem? How can we move forward? How can we put Asia there on the top? And what are the key priorities of the IOC for LA 2028? To be honest, this is not a big deal, okay? First one, very simple, participation. Let's guarantee that all the NOCs, they take a man and a woman for the Olympic Games. Unfortunately, Asia has been one of the continents that there's always one country missing a woman in the last editions, okay? So, if you anticipate any kind of problems to have women there, start reaching our teams at the IOC. Start investing more in your women. Start putting some efforts on that, okay? Let's achieve this together, and when we finish the LA 2028, we can be here celebrating that we managed to achieve it, okay? So, all the NOCs to have one man and one woman at the Olympic Games. Leadership, let's continue working to have more women in the leadership roles and to achieve the 30% minimum representation in all leadership positions. And coaches, well, we cannot control which coaches they are going to be at the Olympic Games, but we can create the pathways, okay? So yesterday I was talking with a person here, and they were saying, well, you know what, this is not the road that I want to follow. No problem with that, I understand. But if there is someone who wants to be a coach, we need to create the opportunities. We need to create the pathways that this woman can be a coach and hopefully to reach even the Olympic level. And how can the IOC support? So here is just the topics, and I will go a little bit deeper now with the information. So as you all know, we have the Olympic Solidarity programs. So here you have some information regarding what is Asia using. And you can see if in some programs they are quite balanced, some others, there's still some work to do. So you, for example, sport administrative courses, only 36%. If we go to coaches technical courses, only 28%. Coaches individual scholarships, only 32%. So there's space for improvement here. And now we go to the specific program of Olympic values. So the Olympic values program, the objective is to enable NOCs to lead the sport movement, to guarantee that the sport movement is safe, sustainable, and inclusive. And also help people to benefit from sport and values-based education with the budget of 29 million for the next 4 years, okay? One of the comments that my colleague from Olympic Solidarity, I don't work on Olympic Solidarity, but one of the colleagues that the comments that my colleague did is like, Pedro, you know what? The money is there. The money is there. But if the IOCs don't apply, we cannot give them the money. So please do apply, okay? So I guess that during the workshops, you will define some strategies, okay? So once you have the strategies to implement them, you will need the money. So contact Olympic Solidarity, make an application, and because I would understand if you tell me, oh, Pedro, you know, we cannot do this because we don't have the resources. Not so many other continents, they have resources for gender equality like OCA has. And then you have the support from Olympic Solidarity. The money is there. If you don't use it, you lose it. Okay? Here are some of the examples of the initiatives that you can use with the Olympic Values Program for gender equality, and here are some of the actions, and also for safeguarding. Here is for you to have it, the WISLA program that we give scholarships every year, okay? So there was a big increasement of applications this year, especially from Asia. So we start giving scholarships in 2023, 2024, and you can see that Asia is definitely a priority for us. Asia got more scholarships than any other country, only the same as Europe, but it's normal because this is a European program. But Asia is our priority, okay? And you can see here this. And also, if, for example, we give 10 scholarships a year, but suddenly, if my colleagues from Olympic Solidarity receive 100 applications, I can go there, because they are on the upper floor, I can go there and I say, hey, you know what? 10 scholarships for 100 applications? Come on, we need more. And they can provide me more. But if we have 12 applications for 10 scholarships, they're like, Pedro, it's more than enough. Okay? And now we go to another priority, coaches. So not only with the Olympic Values Program we can work on gender equality, but other programs from Olympic Solidarity, they also allow you this. So we go here a little bit for the coaches. 4 years ago, the IOC started working with the WISH program. So during the WISH program, and this was only for international federations, totally we supported 120 women from 59 countries and from 22 sports with more or less 1 million funding for this program. From this group, 15 were Asian women from 11 countries and 13 sports, okay? So we will continue supporting with this program with something new that I hope you have applied, that starting this year and for the next 4 years, NOCs can also apply to the program. Did anybody here apply for this program through their NOC? Please raise your hand higher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, good number, good number. So again, the opportunities are there. Take advantage of the opportunities, okay? So this is one of the programs. I want to tell you that I'm the responsible now to develop a specific program for women coaches. I'm working already with OCA and with the other continents. They will develop, and Valerie already announced, they will develop a specific training for coaches and ITOs here at OCA level, okay? I'm having conversations with international federations. They are also going to develop their own coaching programs, okay? And somebody asked about online courses. We are also working now to develop an online course for coaches to reach everybody, okay? So I don't know if the numbers will increase for LA or not, but we are creating the pathways for that, okay? Another very important topic about coaches. So who is working here with Olympic Solidarity? They know that they have every Olympiad 10 technical courses for the NOC, okay, 10. What we managed to work with our colleagues from Olympic Solidarity is that during these 10 technical courses, there needs to be a minimum of 30% women participating, and now this is the extra. If you develop a specific training only for women, you will have 2 extra courses, okay? So let's put this in a practical example. Let's imagine Japan. So Japan makes their 10 technical courses. They are not allowed to do more because they run their possibilities. If they said, no, now we want to do more too, only specifically for women, there will be extra budget for that. So again, the possibilities are there. And you can even go further. Imagine, now I'm thinking here in the map of Asia. Let's think here for this region. We can do, okay, we want to do a women's coach program, but let's put together Brunei, Malaysia, Indonesia, and we do this program all together. So that's also possible. The support is also for the local level. So again, the opportunities are there. It's up to you to take action. And we have a team at the IOC specifically for this. My director, Marie Salois, my head of unit, Charlotte Gourpeau, and my colleague, Prim Rose. We are at your service. Whatever you need, just send us an email. I think I already gave my business card to everybody. If I didn't, come to me. There's a chocolate attached to the card, okay? So come to me and I will give all the support that we need. I'm just finalizing. I talk a lot, but I'm just finalizing the portrayal guidelines. Mikako also mentioned this, okay? So the IOC created, and I can tell you that this is the most comprehensive document for sport. It's an amazing document. It goes now in its 3rd edition, and it's translated to Arabic. OCA sponsored this translation. It's translated to Japanese, and also Mandarin, and all the other languages. And here you have some webinars that happened last year, and also the QR code to access the Portugal guidelines. This is my baby, a good practices collection. I was working for this the last 6 months. So I have been with the support of the continental chairs. They have talked with their counterparts at the national level, and they have provided their good practices in the different focus areas. So the document was released exactly this month. This is the first event that I'm presenting officially the document. It's a very nice document with a lot of good ideas. So for example, from Asia, you have from Singapore, the tribe, a great networking event. You have from, now I missed the country. I know, Sri Lanka, yes. I thought it was Sri Lanka, but Sri Lanka, the pink volleyball. And you also have one activity from Bahrain, okay? So here in the QR code, you can find this document, but this presentation will also be made available, okay? Putting me some pressure, I'm finalizing. Here are also some of the resources available from the IOC, okay? You have our website, our objectives, ideas for actions, toolkits, portal guidelines. You also have webinars there. Richard has participated in some of them. So you have here a lot of information. This document will be made available, so you'll have access to everything. And this is my last slide. I don't know if you saw on the news, it was already announced the program for LA 2028. And we can see here, for the first time, we will have more quota for women than for men. 50.5 for women and 49.5 for men. We will have more gender balance events. So we managed to work even more on that. We will have more gender balance team sports. So in football, for the first time, it was always 16 teams for men and 12 teams for women. For LA, it's going to be the opposite. 16 for women and 12 for men. Water polo, for the first time, we will have exactly the same amount of teams. In box, we will have exactly the same weight categories for men and women. And mixed events, we grow from 20 to 25. So, my challenge is that you can see gender equality continues to see a priority for the IOC. We are already working on this, and much more is coming. So I want to know, what are you going to do? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you to you and the GDI team. You've been incredibly supportive, not only in today's presentation, but throughout this year in planning this seminar. Now, we move on to a series of inspiring presentations from across Asia, highlighting how national Olympic committees are turning commitment into meaningful action in the field of gender equity. Our first presenter is from NOC Kyrgyzstan, Ms. Nargiza Bakiva. She will share a powerful initiative titled, "A Girl is Bound by 40 Ties."
Good morning, dear colleagues. My name is Nargiza, and I serve as a project manager at the National Olympic Committee of the Kyrgyz Republic. It's a great honor for me to take part in this important seminar on gender equality. I would now like to share a video that presents our work in this area, carried out with the support of the Olympic Council of Asia. Please turn your attention to the screen. A girl is bound by 40 ties is a Kyrgyz proverb that literally translates to a girl is connected by 40 bonds. In traditional Kyrgyz culture, women hold a special role in family and community. The number 40 symbolizes the numerous responsibilities relationships, and expectations that a girl carries throughout her life. These ties include family traditions, caregiving, respect for elders, and fulfilling various social roles. Today, this phrase takes on a new meaning, emphasizing the versatility, strength, and significance of women, not only in family life, but also in sports and education. In 2022, the National Olympic Committee of the Kyrgyz Republic organized a gender equality project under the Olympic Council of Asia, hosting a volleyball tournament for the Mothers League. The tournament gathered the best 70 amateur teams across Kyrgyz Republic, bringing together participants from all regions. Women's amateur volleyball is the most popular sport among Kyrgyz women. As part of this project, more than 170 balls and sports equipment were distributed to teams to support and develop women's sports. OCA organized a training camp for the Kyrgyz Republic's women's ice hockey team from April 12 to 29, 2023 in Bishkek. During the program, OCA Vice President and President of the Kyrgyz Archery Federation, Elnur Osmanalieva, along with Olympian and Deputy Chair, with Chair of the Athletes Commission Kanaki Kubanachpekova, spoke to the team about women in sports, motivation, leadership, and personal success. On May 21, 2024, OCA in partnership with the Kyrgyz Republic Athletics Federation, organized a seminar on gender equality in sports. Seminar objectives promote gender equality in sports, encourage young girls to engage in physical activities, improve public health, increase opportunities in athletics for women. Speakers included Kyrgyz Parliament member Elvira Surabaldieva, activist Ayjan Chinabayeva, and others. The seminar welcomed 150 participants. After the seminar, all participants moved to the Dolona Mirzakov Stadium, where young female athletes competed in track events. Now, let's take a look at two inspiring videos. The first highlights the volleyball gender equality seminar, filmed by the participants with the support of OCA. The second video clip, Now or Never, by Singe Manija, showcasing Kyrgyz women's ice hockey players and their incredible achievements.
Друзья, всех нас Дильгер здесь собрал. И вот кипит борьба за финал. Но мы героини все. Предстаньте во всей красе, улыбками, красотой, прекрасной своей игрой. Да, да, волейбол, тебя мы очень любим, без тебя теперь нам не прожить дня. Пусть Ильгир нас свяжет крепкой дружбой, мы уже теперь огромная семья. Пожелаем всем друзьям успеха и в игре в жизни главное в семье. Пусть здоровье олимпийским будет цель и желания сбудутся вдвойне. Ильгир вперед, Ильгир успех, ты навсегда зажжет нас всех. Навсегда.
Какая твоя самая главная мечта?
Там, откуда я, мечтать очень трудно. Вся домашняя работа на наших плечах, только этим живем. Все работы выполняют девочки. Но недавно случилось то, что изменило нашу жизнь.
Now never, time to leave my perfect world be better. Lock me in that joke and hold a river. Will you lead me to my freedom? Oh, now never. Maybe I should stop and see my shadows. Truly got the worst of me, I'm begging. Wash away my fears with water. I don't mind if I'm gone with no prize or praise. The only reason I'm here is to find my place. Now never have me truly come apart. My father's forcing me to play the part. Oh baby, I will lose my wings like you did. Oh, now never smiling through my aching heart. I'll weather trouble with the word of God. Misfortune waiting with her long, long arms. I don't mind if I'm gone with no prize or praise. The only reason I'm here is to find my place. Now or never, be it hell or heaven, I won't need a reason to be loved. Near and far, river flows, never stops. In the deepest waters, I see the light.
Так, куда вы собрались?
Короче, мы поехали на матч, чтобы сразиться с мальчиками.
Стоп. Почему вы играете против мальчиков?
В Кыргызстане у нас нет другой женской команды.
Balдар boldular. Geleceğinler gen bolsun. Жақсы балдар болды айлана.
Да, мы проиграли эту игру. Но впереди было очень много побед. И самая главная победа – мы обрели свою мечту.
Gender equality in sports is not just about participation, it's about empowerment, leadership, and creating new opportunities. We encourage all NOCs to host gender equality seminars, fostering an inclusive and supportive environment for women in sports. On behalf of the athletes, we would like to express our gratitude to the Olympic Council of Asia for their continued support. Your efforts in promoting gender equality and creating equal opportunities in sports are truly appreciated. Thank you for your commitment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nargiza, and thank you, NOC Kyrgyzstan. Now we welcome Ms. Hadis Shukouhi from the NOC of Iran. She will present key achievements of the Women and Sport Commission.
In the name of God, hello everyone. First of all, I would like to express my thanks to all those involved in organizing this seminar to share dialogue in gender equity and those advocate for gender equity in sport. My name is Hadis Shukouhi. As a passionate person in realm of gender equity and a representative from Iran NOC, I'm pleased to have to provide you with a short overview on the key achievements of Iran NOC Women, Sport and Gender Equity Commission. Mr. Mahmoud Khosai Wafa, Iran NOC President, and also Dr. Mahin Farhadizad, who is present here, are the major figures and major supporters of gender equity in our country. The commission is consisted of 16 members, the members including media, Olympians, managers, academics, and the main topics that are involved with are gender equity, development, safeguarding, international collaboration with international organizations like OCA, IOC. The committee held more than 15 meetings during 2024 and 25. The main concerns of these meetings could be assessing women's quota in Olympic solidarity initiatives, implementing programs to advocate and advance women's sport development, planning for young Olympic ambassadors, establishing criteria to identify influential women, proposing competent women for key positions in sports delegation, planning recognition ceremonies for pioneer women in sport, preparing organizational and international scientific congress on women's sports, and also doing the review on finalizing pivotal topics in this congress. The key initiatives in 2024 and 25 was women's quotas in Olympic solidarity programs, young Olympic ambassadors, international scientific congress, safeguarding workshops, women's sports pioneers forum. Well, the most important initiative was training young Olympic ambassadors. It was kind of a regional training hub to empower athletes through education and working on topics like Olympic values, equity, safeguarding. And the country was divided into 8 regions, and the phase was for the 5 provinces and west of Iran. Well, the goal of this program was to promote Olympic values among young girls aged between 12 and 15, and also the topics were Olympic movement, self-protection against harassment, equal opportunities, social media, and media's role in advancing women's sports, decision-making participation, and athletes' sports environmental responsibilities as well. Well, this training course was held about 5 days. It was a 5-day program, and 10 top athletes and 2 coaches from each provinces were participate in this program. About 60 participants were among this program. The instructor of the course, participants, group photo. They were presented by certificate of participation. Also, we conducted courses on athlete safeguarding and harassment prevention. It includes workshops, training, sports environment and safeguarding topics. The next important initiative was the International Scientific and Research Congress on Women's Sport. About 9 oral and 48 poster presentations were delivered during this event. 105 scientific articles received. We had online instructors, Mr. Pedro Diaz Miss Gloria, Dr. Lambe, they speak on, they had presentation on equal opportunities, athletes protection, and strategies to track and enhance female engagement in sport, research, physical activity, and competitive sports. And 3 specialized seminars were held also focusing on media safeguarding equal opportunities. These seminars also worked on specialized areas such as sports management, sports diplomacy, law, sociology, sports psychology, and sports medicine. Here you can see the poster of the Congress participants, the online instructors. Another important initiative was Women's Sport Pioneers Forum. This initiative brought together women and sports pioneers from various provinces to exchange knowledge. This program engaged young managers to learn from experience of pioneers and the sports administrators, and to learn management techniques from experienced pioneers. Here's the photos. They were awarded some certificates, and that was a pioneers recognition forum. Thank you, and I'm going to present now a short video on the achievements of Iran NOC Commission. Thank you.
One of the 18 active and pioneering commissions within the National Olympic Committee of Iran is the Women's Sports and Gender Equality Commission. This commission, consisting of 16 members, including athletes, sports researchers, sport managers, women's sport medias and journalists, presidents and vice presidents of sport federations, has made significant efforts to implement structured plans in line with the IOC and OCA initiatives. The key focus of the Gender Equality Commission has been on succession planning and career transition for female athletes whose competitive careers have ended and are transitioning into coaching, refereeing, or management roles. For this purpose, along with organising oral history sessions with the presence of the former female elite athletes, the specialised training courses were held to facilitate succession planning and career transition, enabling these women to assume their desired roles in sports. Another major initiative was the Young Olympic Ambassadors Programme, implemented with direct support of the IOC through Olympic Solidarity. In the first phase of this programme, 60 female young athletes aged 12 to 15, along with 10 coaches from 5 provinces of Iran, participated in a training camp in Kermanshah under the supervision of experienced instructors. The programme covered different topics of achieving equal opportunities, proper use of social media, the role of media to develop women's sports, participation in decision-making processes, the importance of environmental awareness, and the athletes' responsibilities toward the environment. Due to the successful achievements of this programme, it was decided to expand it to whole provinces all over the country during its second and third phases in the near future. With the support of the IOC, the Gender Equality Commission organised an international scientific and research congress on women's sports, focusing on 5 key themes: equal opportunities, athlete protection, women involvement in sports management, women in sports media engagement, and sports diplomacy. A total of 105 research papers were submitted by university professors and students, and also sports researchers, which was an unprecedented achievement. The conference featured online speeches by Mr. Pedro Diaz, introduced by IOC to speak on IOC policy to foster gender equality, opportunities and challenges towards LA 2028, and also by Mrs. Gloria Viseras on behalf of IOC to speak on IOC Safe Sport, and finally by Ms. Lombe Mwamba from University of Lausanne on monitoring progress to advance girls and women's participations in physical education, physical activity and sports, which were all well received by 210 attendees. 9 selected papers were presented by key speakers. 48 papers were displayed as posters, while top authors received recognition. In conclusion, Iran's Gender Equality Commission seeks to develop the women's participation in sports as athletes, coaches, referees and medical staff through diverse programs. This commission supports women in leadership roles, promotes women representation in sport media by supporting female journalists and photographers to cover the sports events, and advocates women for equal opportunity by increased funding and scholarship allocation through Olympic solidarity programs to take effective steps toward empowering women in sports.
Thank you, Hadith, and thank you, NOC Iran. Our third speaker is Ms. Rani Saeed, Secretary General of the NOC of Jordan. She will present Champions for Change, how Jordan is elevating women in sports.
Assalamu alaikum. I am honored to be speaking with you today about the Champions of Change and Jordan's remarkable efforts in elevating women in sports. Jordan is making significant strides in empowering women in sport, driven by the Jordan Olympic Committee's commitment to gender equity. Through progressive policies, impactful programs, and strategic partnership, the GOC is championing change and ensuring that women have equal opportunities to lead, compete, and excel at all levels in sports. These ongoing efforts reflect Jordan's dedication in fostering an inclusive and dynamic sporting landscape. We are proud to announce that the Jordan Olympic Committee has achieved a significant milestone in promoting gender equity, with around 50% of our staff being women. We are demonstrating our dedication to creating an inclusive work environment that empowers both men and women to contribute to our success. 7 women in managerial level roles, 27 women in senior positions, and we have 4 out of 11 members of other athlete commissions are women. With a balanced workforce of around 50% of women at the Jordan Olympic Committee, we are not only promoting gender equity in our organization, but also in the sport we support. Our female athletes are testament to this commitment, and we are honored to support their journey to excellence. As we strive for excellence in sports, we first ensure a safe and supportive environment through our safeguarding and protection measures. GIC mandate female safeguarding officers to ensure a safe, supportive environment for female athletes and staff, fostering trust and equity in sports. GOC has implemented restricted rules to ensure a safe environment for women reinforcing its commitment to protection, respect, and gender equity. Secondly, we are empowering our national federations, our national sports federation, by increasing women representing in a leadership position by having 71 women in holding position on national federation board across 53 federations. Furthermore, in partnership with Jordan Olympic Academy, we are also focused into empowering female referees and coaches, providing them with the opportunities to develop their skills and advance in their careers. Additionally, we work closely with our athletes through various programs, including Career Plus and some programs that empower women and promote gender equity. Some notable statistics underscore the progress of women's participations in Jordanian sports as of 2024. 414 female athletes have represented Jordan internationally, while 5,789 female athletes have participated in the national championships. We also have 406 female referees and 486 certified female coaches and trainers, contributing to the sports landscape. In terms of achievement, we have 258 female athletes won medals in 2024, highlighting their dedication and talent. Moreover, Jordanian women are breaking barriers globally with making an impact in sports organization, as we have 8 women holding key positions in international sports bodies. We are excited to introduce the Junior Falcons, a pioneering initiative that harnesses the power of sport to empower young girls and create a more equitable future. Through our partnership with the Jordan Basketball Federation, we have launched a program that combines sports development with leadership and confidence building, reaching 2,000 young players, 50% are girls and 50% boys, with a guidance of 70 coaches across 22 centers in the kingdom, with equal representation of male and female coaches in this program. We are not only developing athletic skills, but also nurturing the next generation of leadership. And this is just the start as we continue to grow by having more sport in this program. And now I would like you to watch a video about this program.
الشجاعة والتعاون والاحترام والصداقة، وإن الصداقة لها أهمية كبيرة، وإنه بالصداقة والتعاون بنحقق النجاح. أتدرب باسكتبول تحسن مستواي الدراسي في كثير أشياء، وصرت أنظم برنامجي وبعدتني عن الأجهزة الإلكترونية تماماً، يعني صرت أمسك التليفون بس ساعة اليوم، وعلمتني التعاون بين صاحباتي والثقة بينهن، لأنه كنا متباعدات عن بعض فإحنا ارتبطنا إيد واحدة.
يعني إحنا كلاعبين الحمد لله استفدنا كتير، إنه نمينا مهاراتنا، أثرينا خبراتنا، عملنا تبادل زيارات بيننا وبين بعض. المدربين ما شاء الله يعني داعمين لنا الحمد لله من كل الجوانب، بيحاولوا دائما إنهم يعني ينعشوا الأفكار اللي عنا، ينعشوا الخبرات اللي عنا، يعملوا لنا دورات مكثفة أحيانا.
Looking ahead, we are committed to driving further progress in women's participation in sports. Our future plans include expanding training programs to reach at least 200 women in sport administration by 2026, increasing the percentage of women in sports federation administrative roles to 30% by 2027, as we reached it at JOC, but we did not reach it on all the federations. Establishing a mentorship network to connect 100 aspiring female leadership with experienced professionals by 2026. Increasing the number of youth participating in sports program by 40% by 2026, with a focus on early talent identification and support. Implementing and enforcing safe sports policies in 100% of national sports federation by 2025. Boosting the number of certified female referees and coaches by 50% by 2027 through targeted recruitment and development program. These ambitious plans are designed to further empower women and girls in sport, drive leadership development, and ensure a safer, more inclusive sporting environment. Thank you all.
Thank you, Rana, and thank you, NOC Jordan. And now we'll welcome Mrs. Amal Majinen from NOC Brunei Darussalam. She will present the Women in Sports Strategic Plan, reflecting Brunei's commitment to long-term progress and equity in sports.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. His Royal Highness Prince Haji Sufri Bolkiah, Honorary Executive Board Member of Olympic Council of Asia and President of Brunei Darussalam National Olympic Council. His Royal Highness Prince Faisal Al Hussein, Gender Equity Commission Chair and OCA Chair of the Peace and Sports Standing Committee, esteemed speakers, guests, as well as participants of this seminar in Brunei Darussalam, as well as those in this room. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Olympic Council of Asia for giving me such an opportunity to be standing here in front of everyone to present our newly strategic initiative by Brunei Darussalam National Olympic Council. It shows our testimony in actually supporting women in sport agenda, as well as empowering our women athletes. Please excuse me, I'm a bit hyped because this strategic plan actually brings happiness to myself and how it can bring future of Brunei in the future. All right, thank you so much. I think let me just introduce to you a brief history of how this started. I think I'll introduce everyone to open the pack that has been shared earlier on by the president of our Brunei Olympic Council. So basically this was initially I was in Manama, Bahrain to attend the gender equity seminar. I was lucky to be there, and I think I've met few of you as well during that seminar. So one of the way forward of this seminar was actually to create a gender equity committee. And Alhamdulillah, by 2022, the same year itself, by the consent of His Royal Highness Prince Sufri, we started the Gender Equity Committee under the purview of a woman representative in Brunei Darussalam National Olympic Council. And it didn't stop there, because by then, we also started the first Women in Sport in-house seminar in Brunei Darussalam, whereby one of the key resolutions during this seminar was actually to develop some sort of guidelines for women in sport. And I am very happy that guidelines turns out to be this book in front of everyone now. Right. So we do not want, whatever happened in the meeting, it just stays in the meeting. So that's the idea. So we have to share it to others so others can understand. So that is why I think this is very important. I think I would like to take this opportunity to thank our president of Brunei Darussalam, His Royal Highness Prince Sufri, because he has been supporting me since day one in ensuring, in making this book a success. So I think the key message here is actually to share information with your secgen and above, all right, so they understand the idea of women in sport, what it entails, what's the vision of this. Tell them the action plan. Then by then you'll have all the support in the world, I would say. So I believe the key message is to generate a clear communication plan, clear information to the top people, and the top people, you have to tag this information on how we can support your women in sport. So this is what we call breaking the barriers, I would say. All right? Now, so if you turn to page number 8, I am very proud to announce you, Mazia Mahusen is at the back of the table. She's here. She's the first female Olympian in 2012 for Brunei. So basically, I'll introduce you to her later. So basically, the aim is to provide an ecosystem whereby it is inclusive and equitable for everybody, all right? And to actually inspire these women athletes to be the future leaders of tomorrow. Not only the future in sportsmanship, but also life beyond the athletes. So this is very important because as a mother, myself, if I don't have a clear vision or mission or objectives that I want to send my children into any of this area, definitely I wouldn't send. So to have a very clear information, vision, objective, then we can bring more. Because if we buy the mother's heart, then it's easier to tackle the children, the boys, the girls, because the mother believe. So this is why I believe we need to empower the women, the current athletes, and the future athletes, right? How is through our mission. So our mission is actually to empower women by providing them with programs, some sort of structural sessions that we can help them. So, this kind of thing should be in place, and then bringing all the programs or session that we actually attended by IOC, by OCA, by CGA. So we are there to bring this information further. Just to share with you, I think Alhamdulillah in Brunei Darussalam, everyone use sport as a tool for fitness and health. We need to yet push more people, more women, to believe that sport is not just for active participation, but more towards the competition side. So becoming an athlete. So that's why the importance of information, knowledge sharing with all the mothers, with all the women out there in Brunei, right? So back in 2023, when we had the first Women in Sport seminar, there were few focus areas that were discussed among the participants. And actually I divided them into 4 focus areas, and I believe everybody here thinks that leadership and governance is also an important role, key here in making sure the women in sport agenda can be driven forward. So focus number 1, we're talking about the leadership and governance. So why we want to have this? Because we want to promote leadership roles within the associations and sports bodies. For your information, we had gathered data back in 2021, end of 2021, and we found out that the president, secgen, vice president are all male-dominated in our sports associations and federations. So basically, we want to ensure that we empower more women, all right, to take up this leadership role. We do have our athletes out there to continue, right, to continue what we are doing now by providing them with a robust system. So we need to have a structure and a system that we can, easily bring our program, our, whatever that we believe we want to achieve in our NOCs. Number 2 is about active participation. As I mentioned earlier on, yes, we see sports as a tool for active participation, for health and fitnesses. We are yet to embark further on bringing more, educating, the knowledge increase to ensure that more people will be interested to becoming an athletes, the future athletes of Brunei, to increase that number. So I believe the importance of some sort of, we call it sports festival here, where we introduce, we explain to parents the life after sport, so they will see that, all right, if I send my daughter, if I send my son to become an athlete, I know there is something in the future that is waiting for them. So this is what we want to achieve, right? And then the promotion and advocacy, yes, after this, we will continue to have at least once a year, Women in Sports Seminar, and in-house that we will be doing under the Gender Equity Committee in Brunei. And I think the 4th part is on the research and development. We believe data plays a huge role in whatever that we are doing, in whatever that we are planning. All right, so because from the data in 2021, I found out that more than 90% of the president in sports associations in Brunei are male. So that's why we are having the Women in Sports Seminar to actually educate them. Please take your role in this leadership, decision-making roles within your sports associations, because we believe women, as a mother, we have that belief that we want to ensure both our boys and girls, they are treated the same, equally, right? And then, yes, we do have this here, but it's no good if it just stays here. So I believe that the important part is about implementation and monitoring. And I think everyone is aware that OCA is also providing funding for us, the $10,000 per NOCs. This is where we want to embark, we want to expand, and we want to provide programs for our women in sport in Brunei. And the person who will be monitoring would be myself in the BDNOC, as well as our Gender Equity Committee. And then the sort of program that we are going to present to the women in Brunei would be based on the data that we are going to collect soon. So this is what this strategic plan book is about. So I think before I close my presentation today, let's just, this one, it says, watch her shine, okay? Why not we don't just watch, but we help them to shine. Help them to empower and provide a good support system for them to shine. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ahmad, and thank you, Brunei NOC. Okay, so before we break for lunch, I have very few announcements. So we will put the workshop groups on the screen. Just look at the back of your accreditation. You have a number. This is the workshop group you will join. And you also have the location. Okay, can we put the banner, please? So I will push the workshop 2:10, all right? So we have an hour and a half for lunch. We will have 2 back-to-back sessions. You have a coffee break in between. Also, before heading to lunch, I would like to request that we take a photo on the staircase outside, right here, okay? Outside the hall. And also, last request, I would like all the delegates approached by my colleague Youssef from the media team to remain in the room, to come back to the ballroom after the photo. Thank you, and bon appétit.